So create here a file named firstprogram.py. This is a Python file with a py extension. To write something in the console in Python, you can use print. As you see here, now the IntelliSense help us and suggests the code for us to write code faster. That is because of the Python extension. So print, and then you have a lot of information here as well. That's also because of the Python extension. So world, you can open this in console in two ways. In Visual Studio Code, you can right click on the file, and then here you have open in integrated terminal. This opens this folder or this path here inside the PowerShell or command line or terminal. Or you have here the tab terminal. Open the tab and the new terminal, and to open new terminal using the shortcut, you can also do that. Control Shift and that character. So Control plus Shift plus this character to zoom in and out inside Visual Studio Code. For increasing and decreasing the font size, you can use Control plus plus, as you see, and to decrease the font size, you can use or zoom in and out Control plus minus. See, it gets smaller and smaller, and now it gets larger and larger. It is better because you can see it much better. To close the Explorer, you can use Control plus B, and it closes the Explorer, and it is now much better. To run your Python program, you can use Python keyword and the name of your file, firstprogram.py. When you write only some first characters of the file name, and you can use the tab on your keyboard for autocomplete, and then run. It says hello world here. If Python keyword would not work on your machine, sometimes the py also works. Let us see if py work on my machine. So py and Python work both on my machine. So this is actually a Python program that you print something in the console. Let us talk about Python syntax. Now I write some Python codes. Don't worry about anything that you see in the code. I will teach you everything about Python. We get the user input, for example, age. I do this only to show you the Python syntax in compared to other programming languages. Enter your age, and then if integer age greater than 20, print you are older than 20, else print you are younger than 20. That is just an example. Open the terminal here. First, and then hello world from the beginning. Enter your age. I say, for example, 15, and say you're younger than 20. This program works perfectly. So let's see the Python syntax here. In Python, you don't have a semicolon at the end of your line. In Python, you don't have parentheses. For example, I can simply say if 20 is greater than 22, and gives still error. I because there has to be something inside of this if statement. But the point is that you don't have parentheses here like other programming languages like this, and in Python it is not mandatory, but you can use parentheses for other things in Python. And in Python you don't have curly braces, and most importantly Python interpret your code based on the indentation. Let me show you. Now it throws error, it gives error. That is because of the Python extension. If I had no Python extension, I did not receive this error, and if I run my program, I got an error. Let me show you the error. The error happens at line 7, and the error is indentation error. Expected an indented block after if statement on line 6, because Python compiler translates or interprets your code based on the indentation. So if the indentation of your code is not correct, you will not get the correct result. Another programming languages compile the code or interpret the code based on the scope using curly braces, and Python does that using the indentation. Now let me show you some useful shortcuts. When you want to copy a full line, instead of selecting the whole line, you can just click on the line and then Ctrl C, then Ctrl V. You can paste it wherever your cursor is. To move a line or a block of code up and down, you can select that block and then use Alt plus arrow key up or down, for example like this, and then like this. You can move it around. Or if it is one line, you don't need to select it, you just use Alt plus arrow key up and down, up and down. For example, you want to find edge, and then it also highlights all the words edge, and then here you have some formatting to say match cases. You have match whole word, and then here you use a regular expression. Match case, it has to be in this case, like lowercase, uppercase, and then match whole word. If I change this to A and it says no reason, you can replace a word using Ctrl H. Then for example, you want to replace all edge word, it will replace all the words. For example, here we have UR, and you can use Ctrl D to select all of them and then edit all of them at the same time. UR, for example, change all UR to my. As you see, Python has a very user-friendly syntax, and it is very close to English language. You don't have so much special characters that you have in another programming languages. Most of Python terms are also the terms that people use daily, and people use in science, in college, at school, and those terms are used in Python as Python term to help people learn Python faster. You see here something new. The first one with the number sign is called single line comment in Python, and the second one with double quotes is called multi-line comment in Python. Control plus slash for single line comment, Shift plus Alt plus A for multi-line comment. For multi-line comment, you need to select those lines that you want to comment. For example, I want to comment these 3 lines. So Shift Alt A. What is a variable? Variable is a container. Variable is data holder. For example, this is the address of this data in the memory. When you refer to a variable, that variable knows where the associated data in the memory is located. For example, when I want to print here, when you run your program, then Python knows where to find the data associated to this variable. So this is basically an address for the data in the memory. You can link or associate different types of data into a variable. Or with other words, a variable can contain or hold any type of data. We have in our daily lives different types of information, different types of data. And for the computer to process those data, it is better to have different types to handle those data properly. For example, you cannot do arithmetic operation on text. So you need for that to have a different data type like number so that you can do math operations and etc. and calculation because you can do that on number, not on text. And in our daily life, we have also collections, objects with properties, with associated data. For example, you have a car, and a car has attributes, properties, a lot of other information with it. So for that, we need another data type to handle that, to work with that properly. A variable name or identifier should be unique because it refers to a unique data with a unique address in the memory, and the identifier should be descriptive for readability for yourself to do not confuse yourself. To create a variable in Python, you give a name or an identifier for your variable, then you assign a value. In Python, you cannot just declare a variable without value. For example, if I want to say here user ID without any value, it means nothing. It is nothing. So this is also a big difference between Python and another programming languages. So you have to assign a value to your variable. Then you have global variables in Python. When a variable is outside all the scopes, it is global. We will talk about scope later in this video. Global variable means that it is accessible to all the code below that variable. Inside any scope, inside any statement, inside conditionals, inside functions, inside the classes if you have below that variable. So for now, this variable's name and user ID is a global variable. You can also create variable with explicit type or with defining its type. For example, country str, which is string or text, and here you give a value, for example, India. You can also create multiple variables and assigning values accordingly. For example, you can also create variables this way. So the first value is for the first identifier, the second one is for the second, and this is accordingly. So yeah, you can also assign one value to multiple variables, so they all have the same value. Let us print them in the console. So it must be string to concatenate. So now ID is 21, as you see here. Let us bring all of this down. Another important thing about variables, you cannot access variables before creating the variables. Let me give you an example. I copy this one and move this above, and I say here. Now the code editor also shows here a warning, says Zaid is not defined. So you cannot access a variable before you create that. If I run this code, I will get an error. So clean the console, run it, and it says name error. Name Zaid is not defined. In Python, you also cannot concatenate or join different data types. If I do not cast this, or if I do not change its type to string, because this part is text data type or string, and this one Z is number, and it will throw error that it cannot concatenate a string with integer. Can only concatenate a string, not integer to string. So it has to be string to be concatenated. So it says Z is 99, Y is 99, X is 99, because we assigned the same value to all three variables. Naming conventions for variables. First, the variable name or identifier must start with a letter or underscore. It cannot start with number. A variable name or identifier can only contain alphanumeric characters and underscores, and variable names or identifiers are case sensitive. Let us do an example. First must start with letter or underscore. We start with something other than letter and underscore. For example, with $sign equals y. It says there is an error, so it cannot start with non-alphanumeric characters. So the English letters from A to Z, and 0 to 9, and underscore. A, B, C is no problem. It cannot start with number. Variable name is case sensitive. So if I want to print A, B, C with different cases, and it says that this variable name is not defined. If you have multiple words in your variable name, then you can use camel case, Pascal case, or snake case. Professional Python developers use snake case. And what is snake case? It is all letters or lowercase, and you separate words with underscore. That is the naming convention in Python. For example, you have multiple words, you separate them with underscore. Another thing about naming convention is that you use complete word, full word, not like instead of saying first name, you just write first name, that you use FN. It is not good. So the naming should be clear, descriptive, and full. A complete word. Data types in Python. Python has some built-in data types that you can use to create variables of those types. But in Python, it is not mandatory to specify the type of the variable when you create a variable. So Python is dynamic typed programming language. For text type, we have str, which is the short for string, and then we have numeric types. We have int or integer for the whole number, float for decimal number, complex for complex number. For sequence types, we have list, tuple, and range. For mapping type, we have ticket or dictionary. We have set types, set and frozen set. We have Boolean type, bool, for false and true for conditionals. Python has also binary types, bytes, byte array, memory view, and finally non-type. These are Python keywords or Python terms, and these are the name of the types. You can use these terms to also convert from one type to another type, or for type conversion, or for type casting. Let us create a variable type string. When you assign a value to a variable, the value defines the data type for that variable. So that is called dynamic type. But you also can specify the type. Month with underscore, and we say it is a string, and we gave here the value February. Types or classes. Types or objects. As you see here, we have the keyword str and parenthesis, and inside parenthesis we pass value. We pass value to the class or to the type through the constructor of the class. We will talk about classes later in this video, but for now just know that classes have attributes, methods, properties that you can use. We have different data types because different data types do different things, and we can do different things with different data types. The world of information technology is about data. What data? The data that we every day use in our daily life. The data or information about the human or people in a society. Information and data about the products in the society. And the data and information about everything human needs in the society. We have different data types because we have different products and different things in our life. Back to the data type. Here we have a string without specifying it is type explicitly, and here we have string with specifying it is type. The same way we have for numeric types. Year 2023. You can also use the name of the type and parentheses to convert one type to another type. For float, complex number 5j and complex number underscore if you want to specify it as type. So using the word complex parenthesis and 5j. Same thing for sequence types. So for the list, you open square brackets and then you add values inside the square brackets. You can also create that by setting the type as well, saying list, and instead of using square brackets, you can use parentheses. Now for tuple, names, parentheses, and enter values. Now I use just strings. You can add any type of data inside a list, inside tuple, and inside of all of them. You can create variable type tuple by specifying its type as well. And then for the range secret, you have to call it range and then pass it a number. Range is a type that when you pass a value or a number to the type, it stores from 0 up to and including that number. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Range is used in loops and another things, especially in loops, they use range a lot. Now I give you a quick examples of these types, but there are a lot in these types. Python is a special programming language for working with data. So each type has many methods, many functionalities. There are many functions, attributes, properties that you need to learn to work with different types of data and to be able to work with each type. I will teach you a lot about how to work with strings, with numbers, with list, with tuple, with dictionary. Let us print this out to check, for example. For example, we want to get the third item in the range. So if you want to get a specific item from a range, you use the name of the variable and then square brackets and the index number of that item. In programming, indexing starts from 0. The third item in the range is 2. Mapping type. Dictionary is a type in which you store key value pairs data. For example, we say new user and we use the keyword decade, and here you pass values to this type, name of the user, and then use colon, then provide value. And these are both the same. You can get a specific data from a dictionary using the key. For example, new user. You can then use square bracket, and here the IntelliSense suggests you the keys. In our new user dictionary, we have age, ID, and name. We ask it for the age. So the age, run user age is 30. If we say user name, we change that to name. His username is Lee. And then we have set. Here we add values. If you want to create a variable type frozen set, you have to specify the type name, curly braces, pass value. For example, for boolean, in boolean you have only false and true. In Python you write the false with uppercase letter F and the true with uppercase and letter T. Binary types, by T. To create variable type binary or type bytes, you use the prefix b and then a value. You can do the same by using the bytes theorem. Byte types again underscore bytes for byte array. You have to specify the byte array. For memory view type, you have to specify the term memory view or specify the type. So it has to be bytes, and inside the bytes, for example, a number. Memory view is used to access data from the memory without copying it first. And for none type, you have none. None is nothing. Now you know all the built-in type names and terms. In some cases, dynamic or implicit type conversion happens automatically by Python compiler. For example, you get some data from an API and you don't take care of all the types, and then Python will take over and then set a type to the data. To make sure that you get the result that you want, you should explicitly set the type. So type conversion is all about converting from one type to another type implicitly by compiler or explicitly by you. You can do it by setting the type name, or the compiler does it by looking at the data. You can also get the type of a variable. For example, there is a keyword type in Python. It is a class, and then inside of this you can pass data to the through the constructor to the object or class to find out what is the type of that data. For example, I pass here the by types. Here it says class bytes. If you use dot, here you can get the name, and it prints only the name of the type. Run again, it says bytes. You can pass here data, text, and it says str, which stands for string. If you remove that and you run again, this time it says class str. That is the type. These are some examples of typecasting or converting from one type to another type. I prepare this to save times. So to convert an integer to float, you use the keyword float and then parentheses, and you pass the integer value to the class or to the type through constructor, and then one integer will be 1.0 float, two string will be 2.0 float, and 5.7 string will be 5.7 float. 3.5 is float, so it will be float. If you convert float to float, it will be float, and it's not necessary actually, but this is an example. And then integer to integer or whole number to whole number will be the number itself, and then two string to integer will be two integer. If you pass float string to int, it will throw error. Let me show you, and it says value error, invalid literal for int with base 10, 5.7, and then 3.5 will be 3. When you convert float to integer, it takes only the whole part of the number and it ignores the part after the comma. So even if it is 3.9, it will be 3. You can convert anything to a string, and it will wrap the thing with double quotes or single quotes. and it will be plain text. So if you convert integer 1 to string, it will be 1 string. To string will be to string. Converting from string to string is just a string. Converting float to string will be float string. You convert this dictionary to string, we'll wrap it with double quotes, and then because it is a plain text and it has not the functionality and methods and attributes that the dictionary has, you cannot access the values of keys from your dictionary when it is a string. These are some basic examples, and you can convert anything to any type using the same method. The name of the type, parenthesis, and pass the value, and it will convert it to that type. There are a lot to know about the types. We will dig deep in types and we will go through each type and we will see what we can do with each type. But before that, I would like to teach you about operators, conditionals, loops, and functions. Because to work with a string, with numbers, with arrays, with lists, tuples, dictionary sets, we need to know about loops, conditionals, and operators. I hope it was helpful and you learned about data types and type conversion, implicit type and explicit type in Python. Operators in Python. In Python, there are many different types of operators. We will go through each type with also some examples, and then we will practice each type in Visual Studio Code as well. First, we have arithmetic operators. Probably you have seen these operators before at school. You have add operator for addition, and then you have minus operator for subtraction. And here with an example, imagine that x and y are two numbers. You add these two together, you subtract one from another, and then you have a star sign for multiplication, x times y. Slash sign is used, or slash sign or slash character is used for division, x divided by y. And then you have percentage sign for modulus or the remainder of division. And then you have double stars, exponentiation, which is x to the power of y. Here is a real example. 2 star star 3 is the same as 2 to the power of 3, and it is like 2 times 2 times 2, which results to 8. Then you have Floor division, which is the result of division rounding to the nearest integer. It returns the result of x divided by y and rounded to the nearest integer. Today my voice is a little bit different because I am a little sick, so sorry for that. Then we have comparison operators. Comparison operators are used to check if two values are the same or not. If two values are not the same, is greater, less than or equal, and etc. As you see, this is to check the equal, double equal sign for equal. Is x equal to y, or x is the same as y? And then you have not equal. Is x not the same as y? Is not equal to that? And then greater than, angle bracket for greater than, opening angle bracket for less than. Is x less than y? And then greater than and equal to. Is x greater than or equal to y? Then less than or equal to. Is x less than or equal to y? We have logical operators. In Python, you use the English words and or not for logical operators, and returns true if both statements are true. For example, is x less than 5 and x less than 10? If this returns true and this is true, then the whole statement is true and it returns true. Or returns true if one of the statements is true. If one of these, x less than 5 or x less than 4, is true, then it returns true. Not reverses the result. So if it is false, it returns true, and if it is true, it returns false. Professional, experienced developers use not much more than junior developers because using not is shorter and much more clear. Then we have identity operators. You have is and is not. Is x is y. It returns true if both variables are the same object. If both are the same thing with the same address in the memory, it returns true. Even if both are the same value but with different address in the memory, it returns false. Is not is the opposite of that, so returns true if both variables are not the same object. Membership operators, you have in and not in. You use in and not in operators to see if an item or an object is present in another object. In returns true if a sequence with the specified value is present in the object. X and Y. You have not in returns true if a sequence with the specified value is not present in the object. X not in Y. Bitwise operators. Bitwise operators or binary operators. When you do bitwise operators on decimal number, in the background it does the operation on binary and then returns the result. If you do bitwise operators and you get a very strange number, that's okay, because that is the result of the binary operation. Here you have and operator sets each bit to 1 if both bits are 1. So if x is one number and y is another number, the compiler converts both numbers to binary and then does the operation and returns the result. Or sets each bit to 1 if one of two bits is 1. Now this is just the theory. In practice, with real examples, it will be much understandable and simple. You have XOR sets each bit to 1 if only one of two bits is 1. Not inverts all the bits. If there is 0, it inverts that to 1. If it is 1, inverts to 0. Then you have this operator. It is called zero fill left shift. Shift left by pushing zeros in from the right and let the leftmost bits fall off. And the next one is signed right shift. Shift right by pushing copies of the leftmost bit in from the left and let the rightmost bits fall off. Assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign value to a variable and doing some arithmetic or bitwise operations at the same time. First one is equal sign, that you assign a value to a variable. Then you have add sign and equal sign. It is same as doing x assign the original value by adding 3 on it. In this example, you can add any number you want. That's just an example. This is just shorthand. And then you have shorthand subtraction, that you subtracted a number from the original value. And then the next one is multiplication. You multiply a number with the original value. Then you have division. This is the shorthand, and this is how it is, that you divide the original number by that number. You have modulus or remainder. Then you have Floor division. So what it does, it divides the original value of x by 3 and round it to the nearest integer and assign it to the x. Assignment operators except the assignment itself, except this one. The rest of them just modify the original value. Then you have exponentiation. It means the original value to the power of the specified number. And then you can do bitwise operator also with the assignment operators. If it is not clear now, don't worry. We will do a lot of examples of this, and then you will see them in action and you will understand. Operator precedence, or the order of operator. It is very important that you know the order of operation, because the order of operation defines the result of the operation. For the expected result and correct result, it is very important that you know the order of operation. Parentheses have the most precedence. So your compiler does first the parentheses, after that the exponentiation, after that unary plus, unary minus, and bitwise dot. After that it does the multiplication, division, Floor division, and modulus. And after that it does addition and subtraction, and then bitwise left and right shifts, and then it does the bitwise AND, bitwise OR, bitwise XOR, bitwise OR, and then after that it does the comparison, identity, and membership operators. And logical operators has the least precedence. Because parentheses have the most precedence, you can change the order of operation using parentheses. I will show you many examples of that. In complicated calculations, you should define the order of operation yourself for correct result, for expected results. First, examples of arithmetic operators. You guys know this stuff from school. That's why I prepared this in advance to save time. The first example is 5 times 8 plus 3 divided by 9 minus 7. And in the second one, we change the order of operation to first do the addition on 8 plus 3 and then multiply it with 5. Here first happens the 5 times 8 plus and then 3 divided by 9 and then the addition and subtraction. Dividing a number by 0 will throw error, and the error will say 0 division error, division by 0. So if operators have the same precedence, then the compiler does it from the left to the right. Here we have exponentiation, 8 to the power of 3. We will see the results in the console. And then here 39 modulus 4 and Floor division of exponentiation. The result of this, here the exponentiation happens at the end, here at the beginning. So the first one, the result of basic is 33, and basic 1 we change the order of operator 27.5, and the result of exponentiation is 512 because 8 times 8 times 8 is 512. You can also do it in your terminal. 8 times 8 times 8 is 512. Let us create here a basic calculator. User input, we get the user input, and here we use the if statement. Don't worry if you don't understand the if statement. We will talk about if statement later in this video. If plus operator is in the user input object, do something with that. So we first take the numbers user input dot split. Split is a method on a string that you can split a string in different parts, and I read part 1 and I convert it to integer. Also here numbers 0 the first part, and then I get the second part. The user input is always a string, so to do arithmetic operation on that we need to convert it to number. So we concatenate strings together here and then use comma because we cannot concatenate or join number with a string in Python. Let us copy and paste this 3 more times. Here for addition, here for subtraction, here for multiplication, here for now you see here that we are repeating this part 3 more times. If we use function, we can do it in one place and then reuse it. We will talk about function later in the video. Now let us try our calculator. Please enter numbers with operator. So I say here 5 plus 9 and I enter, and it says the result of 5 plus 9 is 14. Let us try another one. 7 times 2, and it says 7 times 2 is 14. Let us do the division. A long number divided by this one. Now subtraction, 1000 minus 100. 1000 minus 100 is 900. Our calculator works as we expected. Let us talk about comparison operators. Is equal 5 double equal sign is 5 equals to 6. It says false because it is not. The result of all comparison operators is Boolean, so false or true. Let us say not equal to, and it says true. 5 is not equal to 6. Change this to greater than. Is 5 greater than 6 is false. It is do the less than. Is 5 less than 6 is true. Less than or equal to, let's check that. Is 5 less than or equal to 6? It is true. Change that to greater than or equal to. Is 5 greater than or equal to 6? It says false. The greater than, less than, less than or equals to, greater than or equals to, these four operators are used with numbers, but equals to and not equals to can also be used with strings and also with another data types. For example, is ABC same as ABC? Let's change this to result. It says true. So these two texts are the same. And you change that to not equals to, false. If you change that to something x, y, c, then you get true. Result is true. Logical operators. Let us create here some variables. So here we say is a greater than b and a less than c. It says false. 5 is not greater than 9 and this one is true and this one is false. For the AND operator, both parts must be true to give true result. If I change this to OR, then I get true. The result is true because this part is true. Here is the thing with and OR. AND operator and logical operator checks for false and OR operator checks for true. Some junior developers think the opposite. They think that AND is checking for true and OR is checking for false. But no, AND is checking for false if it finds any false in the statement or in the expression. It stops and it returns the false. For example, here if I change this back to AND, the first one is false and it stops. It does not go through the second one. Let me prove it to you that it does not check the second one. And I change this to D. You see? And OR checks for true. And if it finds true in the expression, it stops. If I change this here for something true, B is less than C, or because it is now true, X equals to Y. These two variables, X and Y, are not defined. They does not exist in this context, in this file, in this program. And the compiler does not care at all. Let us check it. It returns true because this is true. If I change this to something else, B is less than A, it is false. So this will check the next one to find any true and we will get an error. See, now we got an error that name error, name X is not defined. Let us do the not. Let us see the result. It says false. When you use the not, it reverses that. This is the result before not, and this is the result after not. Here we have one true and this whole expression is false. So true false in AND operator is false. We reverse that using not and it becomes true. You can also directly say here true, not true is false, and then if you change this to false, will be true. Identity operators. Let us create here a list. These are just stuff, just an example. Let us copy the above. The identity operators check if a variable, an object, is the same or not with the same memory location. So my items is my items 1 and it is false. Why? Because these two variables have the same values. Both are lists and they have different addresses in the memory. Let us create another variable, my address 2, and then refer to my items and check here if my items is my items 2. It is true. Why? Because now my items 2 refers to my items. When you assign one variable to another variable, the new variable refers to the other variable. It does not copy its content in a new place, in a new address, but it just refers. We have two variables, my items and my items 2, but both took only one place in the memory. And then we have is not. It will be true because it is not. You can use comparison operator to check if they are the same, if they have the same value. And it says true. They have both the same values and the same contents, but they have two different memory addresses, and that's why it is not the same, but they are equal. Next, membership operator. You use membership operators to check if an object or an item is in another object. For example, I see PC in my item 1 and it says true because we have the PC inside of this list. We check something else, for example, it is false because we don't have TV in our list. But if we say not in, it will be true because TV is not in this list. Comparison operators, identity operators, membership operators, they all return us false or true. You can also have an array inside another array. For example, here I create an array called TV. False. Why? Because TV is in that list. Change this to n and run. Says true because TV array is inside of my items 1 array. Bitwise operators. It is do here bitwise operator and A1 and B1. The result of ANDing of 2 and 3 is 2. Why? Let me show you what is 2 in binary. This is 2 in binary. This is 3 in binary. The AND bitwise operator returns if both are 1. Both are 1, it returns 1, otherwise it returns 0. So the result is for 0 returns 0, for all the 0 0 0 0 0 0 0, and we have 1 1 here, 1 here, 1, it's a 1, and the other one we have 0 1, so it returns 0. That's why the result becomes 2 again. If we change it to something else, for example 5 and that one, it becomes 1. Why? The first one is now 5. For 5, the first one is 1, the second one is 0, so the 2 is 0 and the 4 is 1. This one 3 stays the same. For all the rest, we have just here 1 1 become 1, the rest all becomes 0. We have 0 1 0, we have 1 0 0, and the rest is 0 0 is 0, and it becomes 1. If this was 4, so this one was 0 and this one is 4 2, and this one is 4 4, it became back to 4 and it becomes 0 because we have here only 1 1. Let us check it out. It becomes 4. And then next we have OR. OR returns 1 if one of the bits is 1. So here we have 5 and here we have 4. It becomes 5. Let us change the second one to 10. This one is 1, the second one is 2, and 4 and 8. So this becomes 1, the 4 is 0, 2 is 1, 8 plus 2 is 10, so it becomes 1, and the result will be 1 0 1 0 1 1, and then 1 0 1, and then 0 1 1, and we have all ones in the result, and it will be 1 plus 2 3, 3 plus 4 7, 7 plus 8 15. We should get here 15. Let's do the XOR. It will be the same. The difference between OR and XOR is that for XOR only one of the bit must be 1 to return 1. So if I change this here to 1, then the result will be 0. Now it is 1 4 5 5 and 8 is going to be 13. 13 and 10, it will be 1 2 3 3 4 7. The result will be 7. So only one of the bits must be 1 to return 1. So let us do the bitwise NOT on 13. So this is the A1 13. It inverts all the bits. The result is minus 14. 0 becomes 1 and 1 becomes 0. Minus 14 in binary is this number. Our computer represents 32-bit or 64 bits, but now this is only 16 bits. The next bitwise operator is 0 fill left shift. Shift left by pushing zeros in from the right and let the leftmost bits fall off. Let us see the result is 104. This is 13 in binary, and our result is 104. Let me show you 104 here. So 128 is 0, 64 is 1, 64 plus 32 is 96, 96 plus 8 is 104, and this one is also 0. No, my mistake, this one is 0, 2, 4, 4 is 0, 8 is okay, and then 16, 0, 32, 1, 64, 1. Did the 0 fill left shift by 3, so this is 3 and we have here 3 zeros. This is 13. As you see here we have a pattern, 13 here at the beginning, and the 13 became all here, and then we have 3 zeros at the beginning. So when you lose 3 bits, 3 zeros from the most left, then the computer has to fill in the beginning the same amount of zeros. Now let's do the sign right shift. Sign right shift is right by pushing copies of the leftmost bit from the left and let the rightmost bits fall off. We change this to other one. Let us see the result. So 1, 13 became 1. Why? This binary number became only 1. So this operator pushed 3 zeros on the left side so that these 3 first digits fall off. And we lost this 3, it became 1, entering 3 zeros here, 1, 2, 3, it became 1. Let us talk about assignment operators. The first one is equal sign, for example z, and we assign a value to this 9. So this equal sign is assignment operator. You can combine arithmetic operators with assignment operators to do some shorthand operation and assign it to a variable. The result is 17 because 9 plus 8 is 17. Z minus equal sign 7. Now Z is here. Here it is 9. Here it is 17. So when you subtract 7 from this, the result is 10. Now you see here the result is 10. Multiplication sign equal sign 2, and this has to be now 20. This is now 20. This is the same as you say Z assign operator Z times 2. Create a new variable 17 for example, and here 17 slash equal sign and then by 3, and here we print it is 5.666 and so on. This means that you divide 17 by 3 and assign it to the same variable. By doing the division we got float. If we do floor division we will get a rounded number. Now you see we got 5. Now let us do the modulus and the result is 2. So when you divide 17 by 3 you will have a remainder of 2. Let us do the exponentiation. And that is this number. This means
17 times 17 times 17 times 17 times 17.
And if I copy this and paste in my terminal, I get the same result. Let's do some bitwise operators. Bit and bitwise operator 5 and print it to the console is 5. Let me show you what is 13 in binary. 13, and this one is 8, so that one is okay. This one is 4, 4 is 1, 1 is 12, and this one is 13, 7. If you don't know what I'm doing here, this is binary, and binary is base 2. It is not base 10, it is base 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and endless 2, and with the power. So the first one is 2 to the power of 0, which ends to 1. If you have 1, it means you have a value. If you have 0, it means you have nothing. That one is empty. So that does not count, and the result of adding a number with 0 is the number itself. So this is 2 to the power of 0, and we have the value, so it is 1. The second one is 2 to the power of 1, which makes it 2 itself, but we have here 0, so ignore that. And the third one is 2 to the power of 2, which is 4, so we have 1, so we have that. And the third one is 2 to the power of 3, which is 8, and we also have that because it is 1, so we have that. That's why here we have 8, 4, nothing, 1. So 8 plus 4 is 12, 12 plus 1 is 13, and here we have for 8 nothing, for 4 we have the value, for 2 we have the value, and for 1 we also have the value, because any number to the power of 0 is 1. I hope it was clear. When you do bitwise add operation on 13 and 7, if both is 0 or 1 is 0, we have 0, and here we have both 1 1, and here we have both 1 1 1 and 1 0, so both bits are not 1, so the result is 0, and that is why we get here 5. And next, let us do the bitwise OR operator. Is 13. Let us do the XOR. The result is 94. First, let me show you what is 73 in binary. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. So for 64 we have 1, because the closest number to our number. For the 8 we have 64 plus 8 is 72, and plus 1 is 73, and let us make this 23. So this one is 16. For 16 we have a value 1, 0, we have value for the 4 to become 20, we have value for 2 to become 22, and we have 1 to become 23. For XOR operator, if only one of the bit is 1, it is 1. So for this one, you have 1 1, so it is not 1, it is 0. And then for the other one, we have here 1, and then here we have again 0 1, it it will be 1. Here we have 1 0, it will be 1. Here we have 0 1, it will be 1. And then here we have 0 0 will be 0, and then you have 0 1 will be 1. And when we convert this to decimal, it will be 94. Let us do the 0 field left shift and see what it is going to be. This is a huge number, right? And why? Because when you let 23 zeros fall from the left, then you add 23 zeros at the beginning. Let us add 23 zeros at the beginning. Let us manually convert this to decimal. So we have 23 zeros here. Let us see how much is 2 to the power of 23. Exponent of this is to the power of 23, and then to the power of 24 is 0, 25 is 0, 26 we have the power of 26, the power of 29. Let us add these three numbers together, because here we have only 3 ones.
Control C, Control V plus, Control C, Control V plus, Control C, Control V.
Let us run the result again. Beat. See, this is what we got here, and this is the result. And here we print both of them. See, the result is that, and the expo is that we are doing here manually. Let us do the signed right operator on 23 is 0. So what happened? We pushed 23 zeros at the end and removed 23 bits from the beginning. So this was our number. This is 73 in binary. And when you add here 23 zeros, you remove 23 bits from the beginning, so we lose the part with ones, and it all become zeros. I hope it was clear. If it was not clear, please let me know in the comment so that I make another tutorial about bitwise operators. Let us talk about conditionals in Python. And based on the user input, we want to do something. User input is the same as hello there, welcome to our office. And if it is true, do this, and if it is not true, you have another term in Python, elif user input is goodbye, we say print. You can do any code that you want. You can run anything inside of if, elif, and else statement. Goodbye. Thank you for your visit. And then you have else if none of these conditions are true, you want to print something else. Else print what did you just say? The code inside your statement gets executed if you have true result in your expression. Let us run the program. Hi conditional, please enter some text. I say this and I say what did you just say, and I run it again and I say hello, and it says hello there, welcome to our office. Run it again and now this time I say goodbye. It says goodbye, thank you for your visit. So it is also case sensitive. For example, if I enter hello all lowercase and I say what did you just say, so inside of this you can use logical operator, and it is better to use or actually, or user input is hello all lowercase. Run it this time hello, and it says hello there, welcome to our office. When you work with conditionals, loops, functions and classes, it is something that you should know, and that is the scope. Scope is a region or a context where the variables of that context or that region is available to the code in that region. But you also have something called global scope. Whatever you have in the main body of a Python file or a Python program, that has global scope. For example, if I create here a variable y, this variable has global scope and is available to all the codes inside the conditionals, loops, function, and classes below the variable. If y greater than 30, else we try to access the x. If you run this, you will get an error, and this is x is not defined because now the scope of x is only inside this statement and it is not available out of that. In Python, you define the scope by indentation. You can also have sub if statement or sub if else statement. Here you can also say if x less than 100, do something. For now I use just print, but you can do whatever you want. Let us change this to 20. As you see, x is available to its scope and all child scopes, and here you have another scope. This is another scope for itself, but it is the child scope of this scope, the child scope of this scope. So that's why everything inside the parent scope is also available to the child scopes. But from the child scope, you cannot access anything from outside. So if I create here a variable z with something, say, for example, a string, say hello, and I want to access it here, for example, z it says Z is not defined because we try to access Z out of its scope. If you have another scope below that, for example, another child if Z is equals to hello, woohoo, so this will throw error. Let us run our program, and it says y is greater than 30. In the child scope of the child scope, we have the woohoo. If you want to have access a variable from outside its scope, you can make it global by using the global keyword. Here, for example, I use global z, and if you come here, you can print z. You see, and all the code is inside the if statement, and it is child statements, and also the z hello. So we made the z variable global here. It is available to all the scopes below where it is created and not above where it is created. Another thing very special only about Python. You see this variable y, this is in the global scope. And if you want to change this in another scope, Python creates another variable with the same name without changing that global variable. Let us do something useful with conditionals. I have been through many job interview process about software development, web development. So based on that, we are going to create a program to ask question, and then based on that give the result if you are a good developer or you are not a good developer, or you will be hired or not. Input, and we ask the user a question. If user input is yes, then we ask another question. We ask the user if the user knows about Git or source control. Can you work with Git? We have the percentage plus 2, for example. For example, if you know Git to percentage, we ask if team player is copy paste for so we have to convert that to integer experience if the result of that is greater than 3, for example, we increase the chance by 15. Because unfortunately, if you got fired from one job and you apply for another job, they will ask you the reason why you got fired, and even if you tell the truth, sometimes it has negative impact. It is add here also elif and else. Elif this one is greater than 1, else let us see the result. So we say if percentage is greater than 55, Python conditionals array yes. Can you work with get? For example, yes. Do you know any front-end library? Yes. Can you work with some backend technology like Python? Yes. Are you a team player? Yes. Can you work on your own? Yes. How many years do you have experience? 2. Do you have diploma? No. You speak English? Yes. Got fired? Mhm. Yes. For example, communicative? Yes. You got hired. Congratulations. The result is 64%. The purpose of this was to learn conditionals if, elif, and else. Loops in Python. In Python, we have for loop and while loop. You have the for keyword, then you have the item in each loop, and after that you have the collection. List, for example, we create the list here. For example, list of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we have the keyword n. For each item in the list, do something with that item. So here you see the result. In Python, you cannot have an empty statement. For example, you cannot have empty for loop. You cannot have empty if statement if 5 is greater than 3. Then it also gives error. First it gives here error, and here again you see an error that you have to provide a body for your statement. For some reason, if you don't want to give the body, you can use the keyword pass to pass that. And the same way you can do that for loop. For acres in list, and then now you have here an error, you can say pass. In some point, if you want to stop the loop, you can use the break keyword. For example, if x equals to 4, break. Let us check it out. Print item in the loop x. See, we have 1, 2, 3. When it was 4, the break keyword broke the loop. For some reason, if you want to jump only one loop or jump only one step, you can use the continue keyword, and it will not do the code in that loop. See, so if it is 4, continue. So we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Then for the for loop, you also have else keyword. Else says when you want to do something when the loop is done, or when you want to do something at the end of the loop. Say all done. Here also, if it is 4, jump out, and if it is 5, break. If x is greater than or equals to 5, break. Do you see what happened? So we got 1, 2, 3. For 4 we skip it. So at 5 the loop broke. But we got no result for the else. Why? When you use the keyword break, this else statement does not work. So if I remove this, now the code inside else statement also got executed. If you want to do some codes a number of times, you can do that by using for x, for example, in range. We talked about range previously, and say, for example, 3 times. Do the code 3 times. Inside the range, you also can specify the start and end of this range. For example, it should start from 2 and it goes to 7, and do the code this number of times. Let us say print x. So we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the start was 2 and the end was 7, not including 7. Now guys, you know about for loops in Python. This is also a for loop with nested for loops inside, and let's see what it does. Print is inverted triangle with the stars, and then if you do 20, it does 20. You can do 30. You have the code. You can create this on your machine and play with it. Change it from star to underscore or to hyphen or to another character, and practice the for loop with it. While loop, you have the keyword while. While a condition is true, you can run some codes. For example, we create here a variable I is 5, and we say while I is greater than 1, and then we also have to actually decrease it, otherwise we will face an infinite loop. I is greater than 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 times. And it says I is greater than 1, the current value of I 5, 4, 3, 2. And when this condition is no longer true, the loop stops. The continue keyword, the break keyword, and the else keyword is also in while loop. Let's change this to 13, and we say if I is 7, continue. We will see this part of the code because this is before this condition, so we need to bring that below. While we continue, we also need to decrease the I. Only for this condition we are putting it here, otherwise it is outside, so it is okay. And you have the else. The code inside else statement gets executed when the loop stops. say end of loop I equals to I. Let us run the program. So 13, 12, 9, the 7. It escaped the 7 and end of the loop got also executed, and I say I is 1. If I is less than 4, break. So here we have the 13, 12, 7, we escape it, and then when it was less than 4, so the 3, 2, and that time the while loop stopped, and also this part did not get executed. When you use the keyword break, the else statement gets ignored. So with break you don't need to use else. Functions in Python. You have probably seen this at school, that you have if and then parenthesis x2 x plus 9 divided by 28 minus 9x. It's just an example of function at school. When you pass some value to this function, for example, you have for the x you give a value 3, and that is 2 times 3 plus 9 divided by 28 minus 9 times 3. The result will be minus 21. We are going to do a function for this one. Function, for example, math, we pass the x to return the result of that operation, times x plus 9 divided by 28 minus 9 times x. So you have to call your function and store its return value in a variable. We call it a result math, for example, for 3, and we print the result py function, and this is minus 20 point blah blah blah. So here you see I was wrong. It was not minus 21, it is minus 20 point this. So now we can pass any value. We can pass here 5, and for 5 it is minus this one. In fact, you can actually call it multiple times here. See, we got different results here. Probably you ask yourself, why function? Why would we use a function? In some point, your program will get big, hundreds, thousands lines of code. And among your codes, there will be common codes. Instead of repeating those common codes, you can generalize them in one block of code and reuse them efficiently. The beauty of function is that you can pass here parameter. As I showed you here, this is the x. This is called parameter. It is like a variable that you can use inside your function, and you pass argument to your function through the parameter. You pass different values and you get different results. For example, in construction, you are an engineer. They want you to draw the map of an apartment with different sizes, with different color, with different floor, and with different quality, with different doors and windows dimensions. Instead of doing that over and over again for every apartment, for every room, you can create a function and pass different value for the dimensions, for the quality, for the color, and for everything. Or if you work as a designer and they ask you to design furniture, instead of doing everything over and over again because of one different color, you can create a function and just pass different color and it will draw for you. Functions in programming is so great that many developers, many professional experienced software engineers, PhD engineers say that object-oriented programming is useless. You can do everything with function. It is not necessary. Let's create another function, div greetings. We pass here the name and we call our function here multiple times with different names. Hello Raja, hello Lee, hello Lisa, hello Laura. What you give to your function inside the parentheses when you create your function is called parameter. And what you pass as value to your function, it is called argument. If for some reason you want to create an empty function, because you cannot create empty function, you get error, you can use the keyword pass. When you want to execute a function or method, you use parentheses, and if it requires any argument, you pass that argument, otherwise you get error. For example, if I remove this and I run this, I get an error here, type error, greetings, missing one required potential argument. So if you, for example, also have age here and you don't pass value for that parameter, you also get error. And it says missing one required potential argument age. So you have to pass that as well. You can give a default value for a parameter, then it will not be required. For example, if I pass here 30 and I don't give any value for that, and for this one we got no error, and we see here say hello Raja, you are 30 years old. And for the other one we pass value here 39 and we get here 39. Hello Lee, you are 39 years old. And for Lisa we pass no value, says hello Lisa, you are 30 years old. And for Laura we pass a value, she is so old. When you pass here default value, your program uses that default value, and if you pass a value for that through argument, then it overrides the default value. You can also pass arguments with key value. For example, now we kinda have to pass it according to the order in the function definition. Name must be first, age second. If you switch this, let's see what will happen. I say here 20 for Raja, and then we got error because now name is number and it cannot concatenate that. It is use this. See, hello 20, you are Roger years old. See? But with key value arguments, it is not necessary. For example, here I say age is 20 and then name is that, and it will be fine. And now it is back okay. Sometimes if you don't know how many parameters you will get or your function will get, you can use something star and say user info, and then here you can use user info square bracket 0 for the first one, and then you user info 1 for the second one. The compiler converts your arguments to tuple, and then you use it like that. So the user info will be something like this: Lisa 39, and you can get that using the index number of the value. And we got expected result. For now, just know that for function you have all these options that you can use in different scenarios, in different cases, and in different situations. If you want to get the values in key value pairs, then you can use double star and then here pass with key value pairs, name Roger and then age 17, and then you don't have to use it in a correct order. You can use it in different orders. And here also you should use the keyword. Say hello Roger, you are 17 years old. Hello Lee, you are 39 years old. With double stars, it is not tuple, but it is dictionary. It is something like this. And that's why you should use the keyword to get its value instead of index. You can pass anything inside your function. For example, name list. For name in name list, we print hello name, and we call it once, and here we pass some names: Roger, Aziz, John, Laura. It is hello Roger, hello Aziz, hello John, hello Laura. You can make this as a variable. My list, for example, and then pass my list here. You get the same result. Let's talk about recursion. What is recursion? When a function calls itself, it is called recursion. Or when you call a function inside the function. And if you are not careful with recursion, you will end up with an infinite loop, and it will overload the memory and the processor power. Let us create a function div recursion. Example, we say that it takes a number. As long as number is greater than 0, we call the function recursion number minus 1, otherwise we will end up with an infinite loop of calling the function itself. So what it does, we call the function one time, we pass the number 5 as argument. You see, now we call the function one time, but the function called itself as long as this condition was true. Recursion is great for its scenario. Let us talk about lambda. What is lambda? Lambda is a basic function. Lambda function takes arguments, and based on arguments it does some expressions. For example, we call this result, and here use the keyword lambda, and for example A, B and C, these are the arguments, and you do here something, for example A plus B times C. So it also suggests that we have here 3 arguments A, B and C. Function, and it says 68. Once again, the syntax of lambda function, you have the lambda keyboard, and then you have here arguments or parameters, then you separate the parameters with colon, and after that here you can do whatever you want to do with these parameters, and it returns value, and you store the value in a variable or you return it with another function. Let us do the lambda function inside another function. Here create another function, div in function, we pass in here and we return lambda A and B, and we say here A plus B to the power of n. So this returns the lambda function. So the result is a lambda function. We have to pass these 2 parameters or these 2 arguments here. For example 1 and 2. Now we know 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 to the power of 2 is 9. The result is 9. Let us check it for another number. 3 plus 2 to the power of 5. Now it's 3125. Now this is very simple example, and the purpose of the video is to teach you the syntax of lambda and function and how to use them. You can do a lot of things, it is very powerful, but if we do actual examples, very good examples, the video will get very long. If anything in any part of the video would not be clear, please let me know in the comment and I will make a longer detailed video about that. Let us see what Python offers about string, or what you can do with strings in Python. In Python, it is very easy and simple to work with strings. That's why I prepared everything to save some time. You can create multi-line string variable using 3 double quotes and then close with 3 double quotes. And now here you can write anything. If you want to get the length of your string or the length of your text, you can use the len method with parentheses and pass your string to this method. Let us print this to the console. And it says length of my text is 107. So you have 107 characters in this string. In case you don't know, white space is also a character. So all white spaces are also included in this 107 characters. You should know that strings are array, and you can use indexing or index number to get a specific character by using its index. For example, from this string, multi-line string, we want to get the 10th character. The 10th character in that string is U. You can check for a word or a character in a string using the in membership operator. It is true. So useful word exists in multi-line string. Let us see. So yeah, we have here useful. Let's bring this down and check the other one. Subscribe not in multi-line string. Subscribe does not exist. So into one. Subscribe does not exist says true. This is how you slice a string or cut a string and return that piece of the string. We cut the my opinion from the 7th character to the end. So we specify here the start and the end of slicing or cutting, and it returns that part. If you don't specify the end, it will cut from the specified start point to the end. The other one is from start to the 4th character, not including the 4th one. So here is life. In this example, we get part of the string from the 14th character to the 27th. When you specify the end is not included in the slicing, but the start point is included. If you want to cut some specific characters from the end of your string, you can use the negative index number, and it will cut that amount of character from the end of your text or string. For example, here I cut 21 characters from the end, and this is helpful to each other. There are some useful methods for string that you can use. For example, this one converts this string to uppercase. You can use the upper method to convert a string to uppercase, and then lower to convert it to lowercase, and then you can use strip to remove the white space from the beginning of your string and from the end of your string. It does not remove the white spaces that are between the words in your string. And then you can use title to convert your string to a title string. The title method changes the first letter of each word in your string to uppercase. Let us print them to the console one by one. Now you have thank you all uppercase is back to lowercase. You see the differences? You have here a white space, but here you have no white space. To title, you see thank you, T is uppercase and U, Y is uppercase. There are also another methods that you can use. They are simple. I just explain them fast. Capitalize converts only the first character of the first word in your string to uppercase. Only the first character of the first word, not the other words. It is not like title. And then you have is title. Checks if a string follows the rules of title. Checks if the first letter of each word in a string is uppercase. And then you have is upper. Checks if a word is all uppercase. They all return boolean, false or true. And then you have is lower. Checks if all characters are lowercase. And then you have is alpha. Checks if all the characters in your string is alphabetic characters, not special characters, only A to Z. And then you have is all num. The is all num checks if all the characters in your string alphabetic characters and number, only A to Z and 0 to 9. And then you have index width, and then you specify here a character or a word. Checks if your string or text index with that specified string or character. And then starts with checks if your string or text starts with the string or character or word that you specify here. And then find checks if a word or character exists in a string. If it does, it returns the position that that character or word is found. And then you have count. Count checks how many times a specified string or word or character exists in a string or text. So you can use this by yourself, check them, play with them, and then and learn a few things you will use later. So you have also useful method replace, that you can replace some characters or words in a string with another character or words. Here I have subscribe with K, and I replace the K with C. The split method separates your string into different parts based on the separator that you defined here. For example, I used here comma, so it checks everywhere there is a comma, it cuts that and stores in a new variable like a list. So this split method on names returns a list like this. You see, now here we have a list. Another thing is concatenation. We used a lot of concatenation in the previous chapters. You can use the @ sign to join multiple strings together. For example, we convert the names string to list, and here we use the index and concatenation method to turn it back to a string. It is printed to the console. We join all parts of the list plus adding a comma to our string using concatenation. Another thing in string is template string. You can use template string to insert some data in your string programmatically. For example, here is an intro user that you have curly brace and with some index number, and based on that you can insert new data. You have format method, and you use format method to inject data to your string. Let me run this. And it says, hello everyone, my name is Khalil. So here is my name, empty place, and then I am empty place years old. I have empty place years experience in empty place, and empty place years in empty place, and thank you. So we fill those places by using the format method. You see now here numbers, this are the index number of the template string. By default you kinda have to follow the same order here. Whatever you insert here has to be at the same order where you defined the template in your string. Otherwise you will fill it in the wrong place. With following the correct order, you do need to specify the index number here. You do need to specify or define the index number in your template string. Now it will work fine, exactly the same as another one. Now you see it works exactly like the previous one with the index number. But index number is useful when you don't follow the order, when you don't fill your parameters the same order as your template string. For the numbers, you can also specify how many digits you want after the comma. In this example, we have here 1.25879, but we specified here only 2 digits. I really hate the word digits because we cannot pronounce the word digits fast and properly. So let us try it out by our work in the string. You see here we have 1.25879, and by using this template we rounded the number to 2 digits after the comma. Can you specify here, for example, 3, and you will have here 3. You can also escape some characters in your string using backslash. So for example, here we escape single quote using backslash, we escape double quote using backslash, we insert new line using backslash n, we insert tab using backslash t, and then we escape here octal number, and we escape here hexadecimal. It is not like escaping, but telling the compiler that this is hexadecimal number, this is octal number. First escape char. Here we have only one line. He is let's say an engineer. He jumps to the new line. He loves tabs. So he is an engineer, and then new line. So it is in the new line. He jumps to the new line, and he loves tab, and this is the tab. Let us print this one. He says hello, and he says hello again. You see, these octal numbers, these are the decimal version of characters. So 110 is capital H. And here you have the hexadecimal version of that you tell the compiler, okay, this is a character in the form of hexadecimal. I hope it was helpful and you learned something about strings. Let us talk about Python collections or arrays. Python divided collections or arrays in 4 categories. You have Python list, tuple, set, dictionary. We will go deep inside each category and I teach you every necessary thing about list, tuple, set, and dictionary. List in Python, list items are ordered, allow duplicates, are indexed, and changeable. Python made it very easy to work with list. We talked about lists briefly in the data type chapter. You know how to create a variable type list, the name of your variable, assignment operator, and then square brackets and values. You can access list item using index number. For example, here I get the banana from fruit list. The first one has index 0 and then 1 and then 2. Banana has index 2, so here is 2. If you want to change an item in a list, you can change it using the index of that item and then assign a new value. For example, I change here the last one, which is apple. We have duplicate apple here and duplicate orange. Now you know that list allows duplicates. You can get the length of your list using len method and passing here your list. So banana is banana. This is fruit list, the original, and this is the fruit list that we changed the value of apple. Here's print the length of the list, and it says 5. You can get the data type of your variable using type and then passing here your variable name, and it says class list. You can also create a variable type list using the list constructor, and here passing values for your list using parentheses. You can also create empty list. For example, empty list 10. You call the list keyword, and then here you can add stuff. Empty list. You have also insert, you have also append. Let us use now append. And this is before adding and this is after adding. You know, you can also open the terminal directly in the folder instead of in your code editor. I personally like to open it there, so I open PowerShell, and you can run your program here instead of the integrated terminal. Every time I have to move it up and down, which is a little bit not good for you guys. So here you also can run py list and you get the value here. You see, you can also modify your terminal or your PowerShell if you have. I am using PowerShell, so here you have a cursor size is small and then buffer size command number buffer, and then you have the font. Let us see, I want to, it was 16. If I make it 20, it is bigger, which is better. You can use negative index number to get items from the end of your list. Let me print this. And this is the last item, index is -1, is pillow. So you see in this array, my new list, then I get the last item, -1 is pillow. Because it is very easy to work with lists, I prepared this stuff to save time. Otherwise the video will get very long. You can also get a range of items from your list. For example, here we get the items from index 2 to index 5, but index 5 is not included. So only from index 5. So this is my new list. Index 0, index 1, index 2, this one glass, metal 3, 4, and the 5 is chair, but not the chair. So only glass, metal, chair. Let's print that in the console. Say list item is glass, metal, disc. So you see, when you get a range of items, you get a list. So it is a new list. This all returns a new list with specified items. If you do not specify the start, it will get items from the start of your list to the specified value. And if you don't specify the stop or the end, you will get all items from the specified start to the end. So let me print that for you. So from the start to item index 3 is index 0, index 1, index 2. For better readability, I would like to add new line here as well. Here we specify the start but not the end, so it gets from the specified start to the end. You can also get a range of items from the end of your list, as we do here. As I told you, if you do not specify the end, it will get all the items from the start point to the end. So the next one will get all the items from -4 to the end. -4. See here we have metal, desk, chair, and pillow as well. You can check if an item exists in a list or not by checking if that item in your list. And it says, woohoo, my house has a door. How cool is that? The door is in my list, so this returns true and the code gets executed. If I say not in, it will return false and the code will not get executed. We got nothing. If I change this, for example, with 1O, it will return true and we get unexpected result because say my house has a door and my house has no door. Based on this case actually. You can modify a range of items in your list. For example, I have here my numbers from 1 to 9, and then you can modify items by specifying the range of the index. Here is the thing with modifying a range of items. If you specify a very short range and you insert or add more items, you will add extra items. But if you specify long range of items but you insert not so much item as you specified, then you will lose items. So we modify here the items from 2 to 6, but not including the 6, and that is 4 items. Replace 4 items with 4 new items. So instead of 3, 4, 5, 6 is 12, 13, 14, 15. And in another one, we specify the range from 7 to 8, so only one item, and we insert 3 items in that range. Here we replace 4 items with 2 items, and then we will lose because we specify here a wide range, but we insert only 2 items. You see, here we lost items and inserted 31 and 32 only. Then you have the insert method on list. You can insert an item to a specific index. For example, here we specify the index, which is 3. So the first argument is for the index, and the second argument is the value for that index. So we say at index 3 insert 78, this value. Let us see. So index 3 is this, we added 78. Append, you have the append method. What it does is that it adds new item at the end of your list. Say empty list is ABC. Then we have the extend method. You can extend a list or add all items of another list to your list. This is the empty list before extending it, and this is after extension. Then you can remove item just by specifying it as value. Say, yeah, I want to remove this item, and you specify the value. You can remove an item from the end of your list. The pop removes an item from the end, and then if you keep doing this, it will remove a lot of items. For example, if I copy this multiple times and then print my list one time here and then another time bring it here, you say we removed the ABC by specifying its value using the remove method. By remove method you specify the value. By the pop method you don't need to specify anything, it removes the last item. So you see it removes, we called it 4 times, and it removed 9, 25, 24 and 23. And if you call the pop method and passing an index number, then you remove that item with that specific index. You can also use delete and the name of your list and specifying the index to delete an item from your list. And then you can empty or clear the whole list using the clear method. So if you say delete work hours, it will delete that list. So after you run the delete on any variable, that variable does not exist. You can also loop through a list items using a for loop, and you say for item in your list name, do something with that. For example, here I print the item. I loop through my numbers list and I check every item. Let us see. The number is 1, 31, 32, and blah blah blah. You can also loop through the index number using the range data type and then getting the length of your list. Here you have access directly to item because you are looping through the item in the list, and here you are looping through the index number. So if you want to have access to a specific item, then you need to use the name of your variable and that index to have access to that item in that index. And it does the same. If you want to loop through your list items using while loop, you can do that using while, and then before that you have to kinda initialize, for example, j0, and then say here while j is less than the length of your list, and then first thing you have to increase it, otherwise you will end up with infinite loop. Your list name and then passing here the index number. And we got access to all items in our list. There is also something called list comprehension or shorthand loop that you can loop through a list. Here we print the item, the number is, and then we formatting that. The syntax for this is, this part is called expression, and this part is your loop. Because here we have the while loop active. You see this here, this is infinite loop, so it is running and running. I have to force it to stop. So clear. So the number is 1 to 9. We have the print method here. We use that using also template string with the format and passing the value for our template string using the x. So x is the item in our list. You can create a list from another list using the comprehension method. We have here square brackets. The square brackets say that this is a list, and the I is the item, and for the I in the list, we add the item of the list to our list, to our new list. You can also do some stuff with each item in iteration. For example, here we say add the I for I in our list if I is less than 20. If the number is less than 20 or the item is less than 20, we want to add that to our list. And the other one, because we specified that items should be less than 20, we have here 1, 15, 7, 9. You can also pass some conditions and also modify the items at the same time. Here we say add the items to our list if it is less than 20. If it is not less than 20, then add 10 instead of that item. You see we have 1, 10, 10, 10, then 15, 7, 10, 10, 10, 9. We modify the items of a fruit list and then adding them to a new list. So this is the original one, fruit list, and this is the modified one. You see all of them are uppercase. Then you have the sort method. The sort method sorts your list. Let's see. Before sorting, you have 1, 31, 32, so the original one. And after sorting, you have 1, 7, 9, 15. So you can also sort alphabetical items. So before sorting, you have apple, orange, banana, and then after sorting, you have apple, banana. See, it's sorted. By default, when you call the sort method on your list, it sorts based on the case. So capital letters first. So capital letters have some kind of precedence on sorting. If you want to override that behavior, you can use key and then equal sign string dot lower. You see that F G I comes first instead of A B, and here we override that behavior. So it sorted as we expected. When you want to sort your list descending, you can use the keyword reverse and then equal sign true. And here we want to sort it and reverse it at the same time. As you see, this is the original one, so it is not sorted, and the second one is sorted and reversed. You can also customize the sort function. Let us check the sort function. This is the original one and this is the sorted one. We sorted and we said that if the item contains I, that it should come first. And here we say I in item, and if there is I in the item, that should come first. And we have I in this one, and it's sorted then based on that condition. You can do a lot of stuff inside the function that you pass to your sort method. This is just a very simple example to show you that you have this option to customize the sort function. You have the reverse method to reverse the order of list items. Let us check it out. This one is the original one and this one is the reversed one. How to copy a list? So the copy method returns a copy of the list, and you can assign it to a new variable, and that is the real copy. When you use the name of the variable like here, this is not a copy of mixed list. You're just referring to that variable or that list. Or you can create a new list and pass the list that you want to copy. Then if you want to join two or more lists, you can do that by using concatenation. Then you have also another method to join lists together, looping through and then appending items from one list to another list. You have also the option extend, that you can extend one list from another list. Now you learned enough to work with lists in Python with confidence. Tuples in Python. Tuple items are ordered, which means that the items appear as you assign during the creation. You can have duplicate items in your tuples. You can access tuple items using index number, and the tuple content is not changeable, so you cannot modify the values of tuple. We also talked about tuples briefly in the data type chapter, so you know how to create a variable type tuple. Hopefully this is a tuple. Here you have values and also duplicate value. Now in this example you have to time Appleanos. If you want to get the length of your tuple, you can use the len method and then pass here your variable name or your tuple name. If you want to create a tuple with only one item, you have to add comma, otherwise it is not tuple data type and you get error. You can also create tuple using tuple constructor, and then you have to use extra parentheses and then enter values inside of this parenthesis for your tuple. You can have different data types. Here we have integer, boolean, and text or string. If you want to access an item in tuple, you can use the index number of that item. You can also access items using negative index number. So this is like a list, as I told you in the previous chapter. Here we get the last item using the positive index number. So here we have 0, 1, 2, 3. Here we do it another way. Give me the item with the index -1, which is again the last item. The same way as the lists, you can access range of items. When you access range of items, it returns a new tuple with the item in the specified range. So here we say, give me a tuple with the items from index 2 to index 6, and the end of the range is not included. And if you don't specify the end, you will get all items from the start point to the end. And if you don't specify the start, you get all items from the start of your tuple to the specified range and not including the end. You also can access items using negative index number. Let us print this to the console. It says only Iran and comma. When you say negative, it starts from the end. So Brazil is -1, Iraq is -2, Iran is -3. You say -3, which is Iran, and -2 is Iraq. Change tuple values. You cannot change tuple values, but there are workarounds. You can change the tuple value by converting your tuple to the list, modify its content, and then convert it back to tuple. As we here, we try to change the item at the index 4 to Somalia. So to list, and then you pass here your variable or your tuple, then it becomes a list. When it is a list, you can do all list operations on it. So one of the operation is that you change it is item, and then you convert it back to tuple using the tuple constructor. Add item to tuple. So tuples are unchangeable. You can again convert it to list, append new item, and then convert it back to tuple. In this tuple we have 10, 100 and 1000. We want to add 10,000, so we have to convert it to list, append the new item at the end of the list, and then convert it back to tuple. Or another way to add new items to your tuple is to add another tuple to your tuple. And here we use add an assignment operator to add a new tuple to our tuple with the value 100,000. We have 100,000 here. Remove items from tuple. So the same thing, convert your tuple to list, remove it as item, or remove an item from the end of your list using pop, using del keyword and then the name of your list and the index number. Or you can completely delete your tuple. Packing and unpacking. What is packing? Packing is when you create your tuple and assign values to it. So this is packing a tuple. Unpacking is that you convert it is values or it is items to variables. Now it is like a variable, and each variable refers to an item in your tuple. Orange is orange because orange is associated to orange item. It is not mandatory to name it the same as the value. Name it 1. The order of your variable is the same as the order of items in the tuple. So the first variable is associated with the first item, the second one to the second item. So if I print this, it is the same thing, orange. If you have a very long tuple, you can get a range of the items using star and a name. When you use star and variable name, it returns a list. Let me show you. I use the rest. So when you call it, you don't need to call it using also the star. So it is without the star. So you see, this is a list. So you have the first item, the second item, and the rest of them is now in the rest variable. You can also use the star with the variables at the beginning or anywhere inside the parentheses where you unpack your tuple. So here you have the first item and here the last item, and it will get the rest. And the rest will be here different. We have green, blue, pink, black. You can look through tuples the exact same way that you look through lists. So we talked about looping through lists in the previous chapter. Just an example. So here we are looping through the colors and then getting its value. You can also look through the index numbers. You can also look through tuples using while loop. You can join multiple tuples together using the add operator. Here you have first pack tuple, which is apple, orange, grape, and then you have the color tuple, red, green, blue, pink, blah blah blah. Or you can join tuples together by converting them first to list and then doing list operation on them and converting them back to tuple. You can duplicate content of tuples. See, the original one is 1, 2, 3, and we multiply this by 3. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Tuple methods. And if you want to check how many times you have the same item in your tuple, you can use count method on your tuple and then pass here the item. It is 2 because we have this item 2 times in our tuple. If you want to get the index of an item in your tuple, then you can use the index method on your tuple and pass that item that you want to get its index. So if you want to check the index of Wednesday, you get 2. Why? Monday on index 0, we have Tuesday on index 1, and Wednesday on index 2. We have also another Wednesday on the last index. So it checks from left to the right. When it finds the item, it stops and returns the index of the item. You have the same method also in the list. Working with tuples is very simple and easy. That's why I prepared everything to save time and not wasting times for nothing. Set in Python. Sets are unordered, unchangeable, unindexed, and duplicate members are not allowed. We also talked about set in the data type chapter. So you know how to create a set variable, the name of your variable, assignment operator, and then curly brackets, and then value. Here we have number, we have string, we have tuple, and we have here function as well. But if you add a list in your set, then you get error. Let us add this list 1. The type error is unhashable type. So the list is unhashable type. You cannot add it to a set variable. You can create set by using the set keyword or set constructor. Don't forget to add another parenthesis, otherwise you will get error. Let us print this to the console. And then this is your set. The set data type sees the integer 1 and the true boolean as the same value. So set does not allow duplicates and one of the value gets removed. You see we have one world, so the true got removed. You can use the len method to get the length of your set. So it says that the length of your set is 3. You can also check if an item is in your set or not. For example, here we check if the word world is in this set or not. World exists in set example, it says true. We cannot change the set items and we cannot get the set items using the index or something. But we can loop through set items to do something with each item. Because set is unordered, you don't know where which item is or in which position each item is. By using the add method, you can add new item to your set. So you see the original one. This is how we defined the items, and this is how we see it when we compile our program. If you run it again, you see a different order, and then if you run it again, you see a different order. So It is unordered. You don't know the position of an item in your set. Now you see also the new item that we added using the add method. You can use the update method to join another set to your set. For example, we join this set to this set. We see also the TypeScript and JavaScript. How to remove items from your set? By using the method remove, you can remove a specific item from your set. But if the item would not exist in your set, you will get an error. You can use the method discard to also remove an item from your set, but if the specified item would not exist in your set, it will not throw error. The pop method removes random item from your set and it returns the removed item. When you use the method pop, you don't know what item you removed. To completely empty your set, you can use the clear method. By using the del keyword, you can remove your set completely and the variable that you delete will no longer exist in this context. You can loop through set exactly the same as you loop through tuple and list, as we talked about in the previous chapters. So this is the result of looping through this set. Here we joined set 1 and set 2 by using the method union, and the method union returns a new set that we can store in a new variable. By using the update method, you can also join another set to your set. The original set 1 has A and B, two items, and here we added the items of set 2 also to set 1. So yeah, this is the result or the output. Remember, when you join multiple sets using union or update, duplicate members will get removed. Here we have set 2 with the items 1, 2, 3, and here we have set 4 with 2, 3, 4. If you call the method intersection update on set 2, you'll see what happens to set 2. By calling this method, you keep only the duplicate items or the common items. So the result is 2 and 3. The intersection method returns a new set with the only duplicate items. Intersection update modifies the set that you call the method on it, but intersection returns a new set that you can store in a new variable. So this is the output or the result. A and B on set 1, B and C on set 6. By calling this method on set 1, we keep only the not duplicated items. Let us comment this out. The result is AC because AC is not common in these two sets. Symmetric difference update modifies the set that you call the method on, and symmetric difference returns a new set with not common items, with not duplicated items. The result of symmetric difference update and symmetric difference is the same, but one modifies the original set and another returns a new set. Working with set is very simple, that's why I prepared everything in advance to save time. I hope you learned something and I hope it was helpful. If you have any question about status, please write your questions in the comment. Dictionary in Python. Dictionary items are ordered only from Python 3.7 and the higher versions. Dictionary items are changeable and indexed, and you cannot have duplicate items in your dictionary. Python made it very easy to work with the dictionary data type. Besides, we talked about list, tuple, and set in the previous chapters, and most of the things are common between list, set, tuple, and dictionary. In case you did not follow the previous chapters, ordered means that the data appears the same order as you created. Changeable means that you can modify each item of your dictionary. Unindexed means that you cannot access dictionary items using index number. No duplicate members means that you cannot have duplicated key value pairs in your dictionary. In case you don't know what dictionaries are, dictionary is a data type that allows you to store key value pairs in your variable. As you see here we have keys, and for each key there is an associated value. First, to create a variable type dictionary, you give a name for your variable, assign main operator, and then curly brackets. And in your curly bracket, you add a key, and then colon, you provide value, and then you separate the items with comma. The items in your dictionary can have different data types. Here we have an item data type string, a number, boolean, and here we have an item data type list, another item data type tuple, and another item data type dictionary. So dictionary in dictionary. And this child dictionary has an item with the key stored and a value, a function. You can also create a variable type dictionary using the ticket keyword or ticket constructor, and then pass key value pairs, item or data to your dictionary. Here we have dictionary with name Maria, age 21, ID 12457. Here we have a very funny dictionary. I hope you find it funny. That's the point. Wife 2, this is a dictionary with a name and in which year she was the wife. And here you have nested dictionary. You can have unlimited child dictionaries in your dictionary. Because it is very easy and simple to work with dictionaries, I prepared everything to save time. Otherwise the video gets very long for nothing. How to access dictionary items. To access dictionary items, you can use square brackets and then pass the name of your key and you get that item in your dictionary. Let us print these functions. We got the item with the key functions. This is another dictionary which has a key stored and a value stored core. It is a function. As you see here, we have these functions and then it's stored and it has stored core value as it is function. We got this item and is stored in another variable called funcs, because funcs is also a dictionary and it has an item with the stored key, and the stored key holds a function. That is why you see it also with another color. So you can run or execute this function So when you start this, it calls this function start car, and here we have just one line code that prints to the console car is starting. You have also the get method to get items of your dictionary. So from the ticket constructor we get the name, and the username is Maria. The same way you can get the items of the nested dictionary or the child dictionaries. You pass the key of your dictionary in square brackets, and then it returns the value. The value can be any data type. It can be a string, a number, another dictionary, a list. So in our case, the first one returns dictionary and the second one returns a list. So a list is indexed. You can use index number to get its value. As you see, the second child is also a dictionary, so you can use square brackets to get the values. You see, child name Fatma, we have here name Fatma. Dictionary methods, you have methods that you can use on your dictionary. For example, you have a method to get the length of your dictionary, len, and then pass your dictionary. And this dictionary length is 8. When you get the length of your dictionary, it only gets the amount of items that you have as the main item in your dictionary. So the nested dictionaries are not counted, or the nested items are also not counted. So it is important that you understand that. The method keys returns a list of all the keys in your dictionary. As you see here, we have model, brand, motor, new, year, options, extra, functions. The same way you can get the values. The method values returns a list of all the values in your dictionary. The returned items in your list when you call the keys method have the same order as the returned items that you call the values method. The model is the first item in the list, so its value is also the first item. Brand is the second item. Land Rover is or the value is also the second item, so it is in the same order. The items method returns the key value pairs in the form of a tuple. Here we have the keys, here we have the values, and here we have the value pairs in the form of tuple. This is tuple, this is model, and the value, brand, the value. So yeah, the keyword value, the keyword value, the keyword value in the form of tuple in a list. There is something you should know about the keys, values, and items method, that they are just views. You can call them one time in your program or in your context. That's enough. If you change your dictionary after you call these methods, you will still get the expected and correct result. For example, I call these three methods here. Let us change the car. I say car brand. I change it to another value, to another thing. For example, BMW. We change the dictionary after we call these three methods. So let us see. The keys are the same. We did not change the keys, so it stays the same. The value from Land Rover changed to BMW, and here in the item also brand BMW. So you see that it is something very interesting about dictionary. You can also check if a key exists in your dictionary or not by using the name of your key and in membership operator on your dictionary. Let's bring this also here. The brand is car info brand. So the brand is Land Rover. How to change dictionary items? You can change dictionary item using the key name, like here car info square bracket and the name of the key is motor. We change it from 5 to 3.5. The result. Another way to change dictionary item is the update method. In the update method, you pass another dictionary with the key and value. If the key would exist, it modifies its value. If the key would not exist, it adds the key. So the key name is year, and we get year. Before is 2023 and after is 2021. How to add new items to your dictionary. The same way you modify dictionary items or change dictionary items, you can also add dictionary items. For example, in the car info, we add new item stop to the functions. Let us bring it to the console before changing and after changing. So functions. Before changing, there is only one item with the key start. After that, we have also a new item, stop, with the value stop car type function. You can also add new item to your dictionary using update. You pass a new dictionary key value pairs. So as you see, here we have color, silver and dark glass false. Another way to add new items to your dictionary is by using set default. Here we have a dictionary test ticket. The set default takes two parameters or two arguments. The first one is the key, the second one is the value. If the key would exist in your dictionary, it returns its value. If the key would not exist in your dictionary, it adds the key with the associated value. So in this dictionary, we have item 1, but we don't have item 2. So this will add item 2 to our dictionary. So here we have item 1 and item 2. If I change this to item 1, here you see we have item 1 with its original value, 2015. Set default does not modify the dictionary item, but if the key does not exist, it adds that key and the value into your dictionary. In either way, it returns the value. So in this case, the return value, we store the return value into a new variable called x. So here say after 15, if I change this to item 2, it is after 455, which is the value of item 2 here. How to copy a dictionary or take a copy of a dictionary. When you assign a dictionary to a new variable, it is not copying a dictionary. It is just referring to a variable, and if you change the variable that you refer to, then the new variable will also automatically change. To copy, you have two methods. Use the copy method or create a new dictionary using the ticket constructor and passing here the dictionary that you want to copy. Let us change in the laptop system type. We change the system type from 64-bit to 86-bit, for example, and then printing. This one is laptop and this one is the copy. We modified the laptop and the copy stays as the original, which was 64-bit. But if you print the laptop one, you see that both are the same. How to remove items from your dictionary? You have many methods to remove items from your dictionary. The one is using the pop method. The pop method removes item with a specified key name. So you don't have the item with maiden key. Another method is using pop item. Pop item removes the last item. Note that in older versions of Python, the pop item will remove random items. Another way to delete an item from your dictionary is by using the del keyword. Del keyword, your dictionary, and then passing here the key name. To empty your dictionary, you can use the clear keyword. See, here is an empty dictionary. By using the del keyword on your dictionary, you remove the entire variable. And if you use that variable, you will get error. Looping through dictionary. You have all these ways to loop through your dictionary. Item in your dictionary. Since the item is with head linked. By using this, you can get also the value. You can also loop through keys. For example, let us bring this inside of this. The key is with and the value is this one. Then you can loop through values. The value is 80, 90, 120, blah blah blah. Then you can loop through key value pairs at the same time using the items. The key is with value 80 and you have the key value pairs. That was it. I hope it was helpful and I hope you learned something from this chapter. If it was not clear or if anything in this chapter was not clear, please let me know in the comment. I will make another video or ask if you have any question, ask in the comment. I answer as soon as possible. There are some important things that you should know about Boolean in Python or generally in programming. In some cases, automatic type conversion happens and that is confusing and you get unexpected or wrong result. You can create a variable type Boolean using true or false value or using the bool constructor. And also if you want to convert another type to Boolean, you can use bool constructor and then pass here the value. 0, empty string, empty list, empty tuple, empty set and empty dictionary, none data type and false or false, or if you convert them to Boolean, result to false. Except of these things, all the rest result to true. Here is a list of false. Let us run this program. Here we look through this list and then convert the item in each iteration to Boolean. And we ask, is it true? Is it true? False, 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 false. Let us create here a list of true. So let us change that to this. You see, is it true, 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 true? And all of them are true. Python numbers. In Python, you have integer, float, and complex. So this is how you create a variable type integer. Integer number can be any number, negative, positive, in any range without comma. You can create integer using the int constructor. You can convert from another types to integer using the int constructor, but you cannot convert any complex number to integer. You will get error. So let us run the program. Here it says type error. Int argument must be a string, a byte-like object, or a real number, not complex. Then you have float. This is how you create float. Float is also a number data type with decimal point, and it can be in any range, any negative and positive number. You can create float using the float constructor. You can convert from another data type to float. If you convert integer to float, then it will add 0.0 at the end of that, and then it becomes a float. You cannot convert a complex number to float. Then you have complex number. Complex numbers are used in science and physics. This is how you create complex number. You can also create complex number using the complex constructor. This is another way to create complex number. You pass the real part of your complex number and the imaginary part of your complex number and separating them by a comma. You can convert an integer to complex number. You can convert a float to complex number using the complicated constructor. If you want to get the imaginary part of your complex number, you can use the dot image attribute on your complex number. Then you get the imaginary part of your number. In this complex number, 5 is the real part and 78 is the imaginary part. So if I use the image attribute on this variable or complex number, then I will get 78. And on the real part, I will get 5. Let us check it out. It is 78.0. Let us change this to real. It is 5. So here we have 5 and here 78. Even we created the real and imaginary parts without comma. For the complex number, it is a float number. In Python, you cannot just create a random number. For that, you can use a library in Python called random. That is part of the Python standard library. You can just import it and use it. We will talk about importing libraries, managing libraries, and Python environment in the next chapter. Just for now, we import random. My random number. Then you call the random class, and then here you have a method rand range. You pass here two values, the start of your range and the end of your range. For example, a number between 21 and 99. We can now print our random number. Now 89, if you run again, 59, if you run again, you get another number. Let us duplicate this. For the first one, we got 86, 31, 25, 95, 65, and we got 2 times 25. If you run again, all different numbers. So this is how you generate random number using the random library. How to manage Python libraries and Python projects. For managing Python libraries, there is a standard Python library called pipe. When you install Python on your machine, pipe comes with it. So by default, pipe is included in Python when you install it. If it is not, you can install it, and if it is, you can upgrade it using this command py-m pipe install upgrade pipe. Let's run this command. Successfully installed pipe 23. You have also some warnings. Sometimes you should pay attention to the warnings and do what they tell you in the warning. They are for security and for other things. If you don't have environment in your project and you install libraries, Python installs that globally. And that causes a lot of problems. It messes up your system. It generates or creates issues and problems for your another Python projects. It is very recommended and best practice to create virtual environment for each one of your project. And also, if you install libraries over and over again globally, it will take a lot of places and it will take a lot of storage. Virtual environment is an isolated environment just for one project. Not only for one project, you can link multiple projects under one environment, and that also works fine. For managing environments, there is also a Python library, a standard Python library. For Python 3, it is called venv, and for Python 2, it is called virtualenv. You should not use Python 2 because it is not maintained and it is not secure. So that's why you should learn Python 3. Companies use Python 3 to create applications, projects, do stuff. You can install virtualenv using this command. This is how you do it in Windows. Probably for Linux or for Mac OS, there would be another command. In this chapter, I teach you the most used stuff about managing libraries and environment. For detailed information, you can visit this link, and there are a lot of examples, more details, and also the commands for Mac OS and Linux. How to create environment for your project. This is the command. In order to use your environment, you need to activate the environment. Otherwise, it means nothing and it is useless. You activate the environment before starting working on your project. And when you're done, you deactivate your environment. If you switch from project to another project, you should deactivate your environment and then activate another environment for your another project if you switch working between multiple projects and multiple environments. So let us create an environment and install some packages and do some stuff. Here I have created a folder called learnenv. I open Visual Studio Code here. So to create environment, call py m venv, we call it test env or test environment. When you hit enter, it creates the environment for you. It takes a little bit time, so it is done. What you have inside of this folder is include library scripts. Inside the scripts, you have script for Windows, script for Linux and macOS. To activate it, you have to navigate to the script folder. So test, and then go to script, and then you have activate. Hit enter. When your environment is active, you see the name of your environment inside parentheses at the beginning of the path. So now this is activated. When we see the library, there are some libraries and packages just for this environment. Let us install a package. Pipe install play sound. So it installed that library. So inside the lib, you see that there is a new folder, play sound, with its version and etc. Now let us create here a Python file. First import play sound. We installed a package called play sound. You can install a package by specifying its version, multiple version, and the pre-release. Let's go back to our another project. So I have here an audio file, play audio, and we pass here the path. We want to check it. There is also another library called path. By using the from keyword, you can import part of a library, not all of the library. For example, from the path lib, we import only the path. So we pass here the path, and we pass this path inside of it, and we say if our path variable dot is file, it will return true if it is file. Then we use the play sound. So we have to use the play sound method on play sound class to play our audio. So as you see, it works fine. The purpose of this is that show you how to use another library, import a library in your file or in your program and use it, import part of a library and use it. The best practice is that you should not always import the whole library. Only import the part that you use. Otherwise, it will make your project heavy. Now, as you see, our environment is active. To deactivate our environment, we can use deactivate. When you stop working, when you do not work on a project anymore, you should stop your environment, because behind the scenes it runs a lot of scripts and that consumes your CPU power, the memory, and etc. etc. Class in Python. What is a class? Class is basically a template. It is a blueprint that you can use to create similar objects without writing code over and over again for the same object or for the objects that have the same pattern. or have some common properties, attributes, and methods. These are the advantages of class. The first one is code reuse. So you do not repeat yourself, you do not code over and over again the same thing. It is a lot of work, it takes time, and it makes your application very heavy. With class, your code has much better overview and you have a much better control and overview of your code and your application. Class makes it easy to maintain your code, to modify and extend it. Because with class you don't repeat yourself, you have clean structure, so it also increases the performance of your application. Class is much more realistic to the real world than functions. So we have functional programming and object-oriented programming. Functional programming is that you create functions and you pass data to your function. Functions don't have attributes and properties, but classes have attributes, properties, and methods. Almost everything in the real world is object. It has attributes, properties, and it has some functionalities. The biggest powerful softwares in big technology companies, in big production companies, in factories, are created using object-oriented programming. The applications and software that we use daily with our smartphone are created using class and objects. The applications and softwares that we use every day allow us to change things in those applications and softwares. To modify, you have settings. You go to the settings, you turn on off options, and that is with the help of object-oriented programming and with the help of classes and objects. With object-oriented programming, you can divide your application in different categories, in different modules. And for each module, you write some codes and you reuse your code or your module. Your modules have very clean structure, better overview, it's very easy to maintain, extend, and modify, and it has very good performance. For doing the same thing, for getting the same result, if you can write less code, it is much better, and you should do that. To create a class, you use the class keyword, class, and then you give a name. For the naming for your class, you should use a snake case or Pascal case. You have attributes, for example, you have the model of your car. Let us say nothing for now, and then you say year, also none. These are properties or attributes, and then brand, for now nothing, price, and then you have something called constructor. That is a function. So you start with div underscore underscore init underscore parenthesis, and you pass here one parameter for the object itself. So you call it self or whatever you want. In Python documentation, they call it self. So here you pass the model, year, brand, price, and you set values for these attributes or properties. So you call self dot model is model, and then you follow the same thing for all of it. Self dot year, self dot brand, self dot price. Let us create an object of this, or create an instance of this class. Call it BMW underscore and say car model. And as you see, this asks you to pass these values. And then you have access to all the properties or attributes. Let us print the price. BMW dot price. And the price of my car is 35,000.99. You can also change the attributes or properties like BMW dot price, a new price, for example 47,070, and now you get the new price. When you ask it like using the dot, you get it. And if you use the assignment operator on this, you set a new value, you change its value. Inside your class you can have other methods or functions. For example, here we say get car details. So in every method in your class you have to pass a parameter. In this case we call it self, but you don't have to call it self. It is not mandatory to call it self. From your method you can return anything. So we return this string template with some data. Get cars details, so it is a method, it is a function. You have to use parentheses to call it. So this is the result. The model is BMW blah blah blah. The year is 2021. The brand is this, and this is this. So this is for BMW. We can create another one. Let's say Volvo is cheaper than BMW. I get here all the information for the BMW and all the details for Volvo. You see that we are reusing the same model or the same class twice for two completely different things. Here the BMW this variable and Volvo this variable. These are real entities, real objects with properties and attributes. I hope now you see the difference between class and object. You can also delete properties or attributes or methods from your object. For example, like this, you can use del volvo dot price, and then it removes the price attributes or properties. And here we get none for that attribute, which means that that attribute does not exist anymore. You can completely delete the object and you get here error because the Volvo is not defined or does not exist. You can set a new value to the properties of your object. For example, we say BMW dot year, and we assign a new value 2023. And as you see, the year for BMW is changed. Let us create another class and call it computer. In case you don't want to write anything in your class temporarily, you can use the keyword pass to avoid error. Let us talk about inheritance. What is inheritance? Inheritance is about taking properties and methods, functionalities, attributes of another class and use it in a new class. When you see that one class has the properties, attributes, and methods that can be used in another class, you should inherit those properties, attributes, and methods instead of creating one. So let me show you with examples. Create here a class person and create here a constructor. We also create here a method that returns the person's basic information. Diff basic details self. It returns a list of details. So self dot first name. Let us call this self one later. A dot first name, a dot that, a dot that. Let us create another class, call it student. A student has also first name, last name, birth date, country, and language. So we need to inherit those properties from the person. To inherit, you use parentheses after the name of your class, and then you pass here the class that you want to inherit from. In inheritance, you have a class that is called parent class and a class that is called child class. So in this case, the person is the parent class and a student is the child class. Now this class, student, has all the methods and properties of the person. Let us say that the student has some study field. Study field. Let us create two objects of these two classes. Call one person 1. Call the person, and we need to pass this information. The first name, for example, let us print the person 1 dot basic details. So it is a function, we need to call it. And now for the student 1 student, and as you see now it also asks us to enter the first name, last name, birth date, country, and language. So the first name of the student is, for example, so instead of writing all this stuff again, we inherited to have all of this inside the student class. Let us copy this and then bring it down here and say the person is Lisa Paula, this date, USA, English, The student is Salman Khan, February 1990, India, Hindi. But for the student, we also provided another property, the study field, computer science. So the person and the student also says the student studies computer science. As you see here, we have a specific property for only student. We don't provide value for this property when we create our object. So that is the beauty of constructor, that when you create a new object or instantiate a new object from your class, you pass values through your constructor. But in student, we have init function, but in that init function, we do not provide the study field. So how can you do that? When you inherit, you can overwrite the constructor. This is how you do it. Init, here you pass all this, the detail that you need to pass to the parent. And now here we also add a study field. We don't need to write this again. We just use the person dot init, and we pass this properties to the parent, and here we say self dot study field. Now instead of providing value for study field outside the constructor, we can provide this through the constructor, and we will have access to that. Now it says the study field here also. So study field, the person, the student, and the study field is computer science. This is one way that you can override the init or the constructor of your parent class. You have also another way, that is through the super keyword. Then is change it to super. You don't need to pass the self for the super, only the part that is necessary for the parent, and it works the same. You see here the person is the student studies. This is how you can inherit and overwrite the constructor of the parent class. You can also add another methods in your child class. Div, for example, welcome, that you welcome the student, call it a instead of self. One parameter is mandatory and it represents the object itself, and the welcome says so now if you say student one dot welcome, it should execute the code inside this method. So let us run, and it says hello Salman, this is the first name, welcome to the class. Probably you thought that class is something very difficult and fancy. Class made it much easier to write a program, to create powerful softwares. In the next chapter, we will talk about handling exceptions in Python, and we will use all of our knowledge from this video to create a to-do application. We will create a class that does useful things like getting the data from the database, editing the data in the database, inserting data into the database, formatting them, and a very useful application. Every time you start a new Python project, the first thing you should do is to create a virtual environment. Open here your terminal. I open here CMD. To create virtual environment, call py-mvnf and call it whatever you want and hit enter. After you create your environment, you need to activate your environment. Now it is active. You can also open it in Visual Studio Code, right clicking and then open with code, and also with your terminal you can use that code and dot that says open the Visual Studio Code in this directory. Let us create here a module called to do. We need to import some libraries. Import SQLite 3. SQLite is part of the standard library in Python, and here we create our class to do, and here in the constructor we pass the path for our database. We create some another methods here. We pass a as self and then here the ID. For insert, we need some data to insert in our database, and the data is the title of the to do, the description, the date, and the address where you want to do that to do, for example. And for the edit, you pass all of this. It is fair to start with the connection. Now call self dot connection, and then SQLite 3 dot connect, and we pass here the DB path to connect it. And then you have self dot cursor is self dot connection dot cursor, and then self dot cure dot execute. So this is part of the SQLite library. This is not something that we have created. If you ask me why you say SQLite dot connected or the connection dot cursor, why, then you need to visit SQLite website and then go through the documentation and say why they did not like that. So here inside of execute, you insert a query string or SQL string. If you have worked with SQL already, you know what SQL query is. Otherwise, don't worry. So for the query string, I wrote it already and I paste it here. It says create table if not exist to do's. Create table is a command word for SQL to say create a table, and then the name of your table is the name of our table to do's, and then you specify the columns of your table. If you have ID, the data type is integer, that is primary key, which means we don't need to provide value for that. And then we have title type text, not null, which says this column should not be empty. If you leave it empty, you get error. Then we have description text, we have date, also text, Then you have address, which is text optional, deleted integer, and the default value for deleted is 0, which means false, it is not deleted. Done, integer, default value 0. self.connection.commit. Let us create here another Python file, call it app_.py. Here we import our to do. Import you can also give it a name as td, for example, and then here we can instantiate or create an object of this class to do, and this asks us the database path. So we say to do's dot SQLite. So that's the extension for SQLite. We can execute our program here, py app, and you see this generated this file for us. When we pass a path for a file in Python program, it checks if the file exists or not. If it exists, okay. If it does not exist, then it creates that file for us. So now it created this file, and I have also an extension for viewing the SQLite file. Here SQLite extension. If I click on this, it shows that I have here a table called to-dos, and this table has columns ID, this is the primary key, title, description, date, address, deleted, and done. When we run this program, we want to ask the user to select a task. If add in user input, if the user wants to add new item to the to-do table, we print also some information for the user. Then we get the items from the comma separated text here. Item to list, and we say to do item dot split by comma. We keep it simple for now, and we assume that the user inserted the data in the right order, and we say to do dot insert. Now we have access to the insert method, and it asks us the title, description, date, and address, and we say item to list. Now the 01 is the first one. I'm a lazy person, so copy paste, Control V, Control V, Control V. 1, 2, and 3. Here comes something. The chances that we get error here, and we have to handle that. So to handle that, in Python you handle the exception like this. You have try, and you have the code, And then you have except, and we also print the name of the error to the user so he has some clue. If nothing would go wrong, we have here else. In handling exception, you can also have the finally keyword. If you have error or not, the code inside finally will get executed. Note that you can also have nested, try except, and all of this also can be nested, and you can have as many as nested or child try except as you want. And for the exception type, you have here named error, you have OS error, you have internal error, you have system error, you have many types of error that you can pass here, and based on that you can get their data or details and tell the user. This is for if the user want to add a new to do. If the user wants to edit item ID, we ask the user to give us the ID of the item that he or she wants to edit. We have to copy that, paste it here to list. We call here the edit. We pass here also. So this one asks the ID, title, description, date, address, done. I want to remove the done. So here we pass item ID. Your item has been edited successfully. So for insert, for edit, let us copy paste this one. And so elif done, and then we copy this for delete. Elif delete. So what else we have? We insert, delete, done, edit, and then for get by ID. Then that is something interesting. Control C. Say get one. Then we say get by ID, and the ID. We have to actually format this and Control C, elif get all. So if it is get all, you just say get all. Get all. We don't need the else here. We don't need this also here. Here we also print to the user, or we change this. What do you want to do? Add, edit, done, delete, get one, get all. So for formatting the to-do items in a pretty way, we need to create another function and then a for loop. for item in list, so for each item template, first tab, because we have here tab for the title, and for the title, and then tab for the description, and then tab for the date, and then tab for the address, and then tab for delete it, then one more tab for done, and we run format, and here we pass the values. Item 0, Control C, for title, for description, for date, for address, for deleted, and then for done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we print the template. And then we need to call this inside of get1 and get_all. Get1, it is going to return the row, and we call here format to do, and we pass here the row. The same thing for all, it returns rows. Now let us implement the insert. So now it is empty, there is nothing. We successfully created the database and the table. Insert into table. Insert into is a command for SQLite. It says insert data into, and then the table name, values null for the ID, because the database will assign value for the ID automatically. And then we pass here for the title, description, date, and address, and delete it and done. Then we say a dot connection dot commit. Let us try it out here. And it says, what do you want to do? Add, edit, done, delete, get1, get_all. We say add, and it says the format of you have to do title, description, date, address. For the title, I say publish Python video, and then comma. For the description, say by the end of this month I would like to publish the video, and the date, and then comma. For the address, I say at home. When I hit the enter, it says your item has been added successfully. Congratulations. Let us see it if it really is added. So open our database. So this is our database, SQLite. This is the to do. You have these columns. So here the title, publish Python video, and the description is by the end of the month, blah blah blah. You know that the date is this, address is home, deleted 0, and done. Let us now do the get1 or get by ID. Select it. Don't worry if you don't know SQL. Select everything from our table. We know the name of our table in our database. To do's, where ID equals is question mark, and then here you pass a tuple with the ID. Even if you get one, you should call fetch all, which is crazy. And then we say it has to return the row. Let us now check the get one. Python, what do you want to say? I say get one. Please enter the ID of the item you want. The ID is 1. So it worked very good. So it also returns the ID, which is the 1. So we should start from, instead of from 0, from 1. Let us remove tab from the title, because we have more texts in each column, and then it looks not that fancy. You see that the description is very long, and the titles does not match the content. We can also say that if it is 0, we say no. If it is 1, we say yes. If it is 1, it is yes. If it is otherwise, it is no. The formatting is not that good here, that you see, because our texts are long. So this is for 1. For all what you need to do is remove the where. Control V. Select everything from to-dos. Remove the where, and then you don't need this tuple, and it fetches everything. Call it rows and return rows. Let us first add some stuff. Now let us run it again. What do you want to do? We say get all, and we got all of them. Here's the delete one. For done and edit, this is the update. And here we pass the data accordingly. Then copy this for the done. Set done to 1. For the delete, it is not best practice to completely delete the data from the database. Instead, we can do like this. Update to do, set delete it to 1 where ID is this. When you get all or get 1, you say select everything from to-dos where the name of your column where deleted is 0, which means if the row is not deleted, then return. The same by ID where ID is this one, so you should get that. It is okay. Delete the first one, the ID of the first one. Okay, and then let us get all of it, and then get all. It only returns the rows that are not deleted. But if you know the ID of the item that is deleted, you can get that, and in case you want to view. For example, let's say get one, the ID, and you get the one, and the deleted value for deleted is yes. Here you see. Let us try the edit. I want to edit. Enter the ID of the item you want to edit. For example, I want to edit the second one. So we got an error. What it says? SQL operation error. No such column address. And in the edit, we made a mistake in the edit. ADDR, we created ADDR. Let us try again. Let us copy paste this one from here. Control C. And these things. So your item has been edited successfully. Let us make it done. Run it again and say done. The idea of the done is to well done, and then run again, get all, and say for the done it is yes this time. Let us improve the formatting of our table or to-do list. There is a library called pandas. I downloaded that or installed that. If you want to install, you can do that. Pipe install pandas. We don't need this line, and here create a dictionary, and then define here the columns, title, and then values for each column. Actually they are all a list of data. Dum. Now we use this variable here. For each iteration we add the item to the column. So data title dot append. So this is the data for the title. Control C, Control V, and then let us copy this and on the end when it is done we use the panda library as pd dot data frame, and we pass our data variable to this. I have to print this control X, print get all. Now we have the title, description, date, address, deleted, and done. Here we have also index. Let us add more stuff. Add it successfully. Add one more item. Add it successfully. Let us get all. You see now in that library it formats better. Now we are at the end of our course. I really hope that you learned something. I put a lot of time on this to create a good tutorial, a good course. That is my only point. that you learn programming in an easy way. I hope I have not wasted your time and you got something from this course. Thank you for watching. Have a great time.